Gentlemen, and welcome to the 2023 50th anniversary of the Great North American Livestock Exposition. It is my pleasure to serve as your announcer today, and as we begin our showmanship of our market goat division, this is our class 1 of our junior division. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our judge for this year's Great 2023 North American is Mr. Jesse Henson from Opelika, Alabama. Jesse serves as the livestock judging coach at Auburn University. Jesse received his associate's degree from Connors State College and was on the junior college All-American team. After his education at Connors State College, he moved to Stillwater, Oklahoma, where he received his bachelor's in animal science from Oklahoma State University, where he was on the 2018 National Livestock Judging Team, which has led him to judge in 20 states around the country. While at Connors State, after graduation from Oklahoma State, Jesse then went back to Connors State College and coached the livestock judging team at Connors State College from 2020 to 2022, and in 2021 he was the coach of the National Livestock Judging Team. Jesse, along with his wife Mason, raised goats along with his brothers to make up Henson Brothers Livestock. Jesse is originally from western North Carolina in a little town called Canton, and we are tickled to death to have Mr. Jesse Henson here to evaluate your young people. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give him a great Kentucky welcome. Mr. Jesse Henson from Opelika, Alabama. Yeah. How are you? Good.
Can I keep this? Perfect. Well, good morning, folks. First of all, just a pleasure to be on the Green Shavens, and a place that holds a ton of tradition and I have a ton of respect for. And if our day goes like our first class of showmen right here, I think we're in for just a really exciting, really fun day, because just the quality that we see right off the bat I think is incredible. I think we got kind of down to a top 5 of ones that were really getting it done correctly. What it came down for, the young lady with the paint dough here was just the most consistent in terms of feet placement. Kind of every view I got, I thought her feet were more correctly set. Thought it got really close here in 2 and 3 probably at times in terms of especially back legs, maybe just getting a little too offset, maybe not getting them in quite as quick. The boy here in 3rd does an awesome job. Front legs get kicked out a little too far at times, but again, incredible class to start us out. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placing first in our Class 1 of our junior division, Showmanship show goes to entry 264, Kinsley Prosser. Second was entry 215, Raylan Lucas. Third goes to entry 305, Kimber Stettenbenz. Fourth, entry 212, Camden Logan. Fifth, entry 174, Addie Hughes. Sixth, entry 44, Vella Bollinger. Seventh, entry 119, Liv Flynn. Eighth, entry 358, Avery Young. Ninth, entry 130, Henry Gauss. 10th, entry 181, Weston Huss. And 11th is entry 180, Micah Huss. We're now ready for Class 2 in our junior division. These are all 6- and 7-year-old contestants. Again, in the ring now is Class 2. These are our 8-year-old contestants. We need Class 3 9-year-olds to the makeup ring, and let's start bringing all of our Class 4 to the makeup ring, please.
Well, another incredible class, a lot of quality. It got pretty tight, especially between these top two. I thought really from the time they hit the gate, I love just the ring presence and the competitiveness these two young ladies offer. And I tell you, what it comes down to is we're kind of on the profile the last time. I think the young lady that's going to win probably just did a nickel better job getting her doe's head back a little more over her shoulder, probably a little more in place where it needed to be. I think that was the little things that soared them, because the young lady in second, I think she really does a good job in motion of letting her goat naturally get out and go, and at times she gets her propped up really good, but kind of towards the end there, at times that doe wanted to get her head just a little further forward, needed to be picked back over her shoulder there just a little, but I think that was really close. The young lady in third is maybe my favorite as we're in motion. She's able to get that Wether's head back, get him going like he needs to. At times when we propped him up, front feet were just a little off square, hind legs were a little stretched out there at times. Young lady coming next does an awesome job propped up. I think she gets the goat's feet where it needs to be. In motion, she maybe didn't have quite as control of that goat's head as the three that beat her there. Wanted to kind of drop his shoulder, drop his head a little bit. Maybe didn't have just offer the same look in motion there. I thought it got really close. Great group of showmen on down. Go ahead and put your hands together for them.
Placing first in our Class 2 8-year-old division of our Market Goat Showmanship show goes to entry 208, Miss Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas. Congratulations, Bristol. Second was entry, and your reserve 8-year-old showman is entry 29, Nora Kate Bacon from Doe Run, Georgia. Third goes to entry 102, Evie Dudding from Newcastle, Virginia. Fourth, entry 112, Shelby Irwin, Lebanon, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 78, Cora Cole, Trafalgar, Indiana. Sixth, entry 186, Braxton Keenan from Abington, Illinois. And seventh, entry 106, Hank Dykes from Moultrie, Georgia. Congratulations. In the ring now is Class 3. These are our 9-year-old competitors. Again, Class 3 9-year-old competitors are in the ring. We have 11 entries. Once again, for those of you that maybe joined us here a little later, again, I'd like to reintroduce to you our judge for this year's Market Goat Showmanship contest today is Mr. Jesse Henson from Opelika, Alabama. Jesse serves as the livestock judging coach at Auburn University. Jesse was raised in western North Carolina, a little town called Canton, North Carolina, and went on to Connors State College in Oklahoma to begin his secondary education, where he was a member of the junior college All-American team at Connors State College. After graduation from Connors, went on to Stillwater, Oklahoma, where he received his bachelor's degree from Oklahoma State University. While at Oklahoma State, he was on the national livestock judging team in 2018, which has led him to judge in over 20 states around the country. After graduation from Oklahoma State, Jesse went back to his alma mater at Connors State College, where he judged the livestock judging team from 2020 to 2022 and was the coach on the national champion team in 2021. Jesse, along with his wife Mason, currently live in Opelika, Alabama, where they raise show goats, along with his brothers that make up the Henson Brothers Livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Jesse Henson from Opelika, Alabama. I would also like to, again, welcome you to the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition. Vision, strong leadership, dedicated staff and volunteers, community support, a central location, and a world-class facility originally designed and later expanded with livestock shows in mind. These are some of the key factors contributing to the creation and continued growth of the world's largest all-breed purebred livestock show. To honor the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we look back on some of the milestones of the North American's first 5 decades. Some of these highlights, illustrated by archival photos and documents, are featured in a display in the Harold Workman North Wing lobby and a brief history video that may be viewed on television and event screens around the Expo Center during the 2023 North American. Take time to go down to the lobby on your way to the country store and catch that great video of the 50th anniversary here at the North American. Okay. Excellent.
Real nice class, and I think, really just to get in the top 5 within this particular class, you had to be flat getting it out here, and I think they were for sure. Thought it got real close as we got towards the top end. The difference in 1 and 2 in motion, I think the young lady's probably able just to get that doe's head up a little more naturally, allow her to go there. Out of her front skeleton, just a little freer. Really hard to pick a hole in terms of feet placement, head set, and ear set within that doe. I think she does an awesome job. The young man matches her propped up. I like his feet placement, really good in terms of getting that doe's head back and where it needs to be. And maybe the doe's a little at fault. Maybe her front skeleton's just a little shorter or more jammed up. But with that, when we get her into motion, he's not maybe able to get that head just up and get her front end going just quite as smooth as the young lady that wins. But I think that was incredibly close. The young lady in third is out here, and she's a gamer as well. I think in motion, she does an awesome job getting that goat going the way it needs to be. At times, as we propped him up towards the end, probably that Wether was stretched out just a nickel far in comparison, but I think she does an awesome job. Young lady in fourth did awesome as well. Hind legs probably just a little too wide set at times as we got behind him. The young lady that's going to round out our top 5, awesome job as well. Didn't always let that goat's front feet settle down on the ground as we got him into a brace, but again, that was a really good class. Go put your hands together for all of them.
Thank you, Jesse. Placing first in our 9-year-old Class 3 is entry 86, Miss Hannah Crisep from Fredericktown, Ohio. Second goes to entry 187, Luke Keener from Cleveland, Georgia. Third, entry 251, Fallon Palmer, Canton, Ohio. Fourth, entry 193, Aniston Kilbarger from Logan, Ohio. Fifth, entry 207, Anderson Lee, Smithfield, North Carolina. Sixth, entry 55, Isla Bremke from Wellington, Ohio. Seventh, entry 45, Mackenzie Bond from Cumberland, Ohio. Eighth, entry 321, Avalon 2 from Garner, North Carolina. Ninth, entry 263, Landon Prickett from Urbana, Ohio. 10th, entry 317, Tucker Taggart from Camden, Ohio. And 11th, entry 62, Levi Brown, Sanders, Kentucky. For those of you around the ringside, just as we follow along, our junior division will be classes 1 through 5. Our intermediate division will be classes 6 through 9. And then our senior division will be classes 10 through 14. We will be selecting our champion, reserve champion, and top 5 in each division as we move through our different age groups. Also, for those of you at home that maybe have loved ones at home that weren't able to make it to the North American, you can tell your family members at home that we are streaming this broadcast live on showbarnflix.com. That's showbarnflix, Flix.com. Or you can have them go to the Showbarn Flix Facebook page, and they can stream. They're streaming live on Facebook. So once again, that's Showbarnflix, Flix.com. Oh my God, he's just, look at him, look at him. I don't know who that little shaver is, but he's good.
Incredible class, and parents ringside. You should be pretty proud of this group out here. Not even just our top five, but several that aren't here in the first lineup, I think, are getting it done to a really high degree. Young lady that wins is the most fault-free for me. I think she gets that goat presented to the best of her ability, no matter my angle. As we set him up that last time, I prefer the set where she gets that goat's head, and more importantly, where she gets that goat's ears, and they're able to lay in that goat a little more naturally, and that suits my style just a nickel better, because the young man in second, I think, does an awesome job. Gets that goat out and prancing and looks good in motion. He got the legs in the right spot, and I think does an awesome job. For me, probably style-wise, just prefer those ears to settle down just a little as we get them propped up. And I think the same thing kind of goes for the young lady in third. Probably could just let those ears lay a little naturally. But more importantly, of our top three, probably just not quite as consistent in getting those legs back square and where they need to be. Young man in fourth does an awesome job in terms of feet placement and get me the right view of that doe. Again, probably just relax those ears just a little bit, let them lay a little naturally into that goat's head. I think the young lady in fifth propped up, you could move her up for sure because she knows what she's doing. She's got the goat presented right in motion, probably not quite as in control of that goat's head and maybe not able to get her front end up and moving like the four in front of her. But again, excellent class. Put your hands together for all of them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 4 of our 10-year-old division is entry 244, Adley Muniz from Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. Congratulations, Adley. Second goes entry 348, Sawyer Wilkins from Mount Crawford, Virginia. Third, entry 189, Olivia Kelly, Lone Oak, Texas. Fourth, entry 213, Knox Logan from Charlotte, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 175, Callie Hughes, Lafayette, Georgia. 6th, entry 283, Mason Scott, Newark, Ohio. 7th, entry 322, Eden 2 from Garner, North Carolina. 8th, entry 7, Levi Wechter from Ligonier, Indiana. 9th, entry 162, Rollins Herndon, Moultrie, Georgia. 10th, entry 234, Kinsley Miller, Marion, Ohio. 11th, entry 49, Stella Bonham from Hamilton, Ohio. 12th, entry 131, Will Goss from Nashport, Ohio. 13th, entry 18, Adeline Anderson, Springfield, Ohio. 14th, entry 310, Kennedy Stutzman, Charlottetown, Indiana. 15th, entry 124, Josie Fox, New Paris, Ohio. 16th, entry 158, Kinsey Henry, St. Paris, Ohio. 17th, entry 179, Chelsea Huss from Lee, Illinois. And 18th, entry 315, Henry Sword from Wellington, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 5. These are our 11-year-old competitors. Class 5 is in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior champion showman. Is it right? Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to capture an image of your time here in Louisville at the North American, my friends over here at Next Level Imagery at Photography are their official photographers here of our GOAT show today. Go over here to the picture backdrop and have Megan and her great team get a photograph of your young people before you leave Louisville.
Real nice class. I know it took a little more time with this top end, but I think ringside you can tell they deserve it. There's some little things that separate them, and I know when I say it, it's going to be kind of minute, but little things separate them. The young man that wins, I think from the time he hit the gate, probably had more intensity than probably at least half the class there, just in terms of being ready to go from the time he came in. Really hard to pick a hole in the way he gets that dough presented in motion. She's able to get out and go like she needs to. Young man rivals him the most here in second. I think does an awesome job there right at the end. Probably wasn't quite as fast, not quite as consistent, and getting those hind legs where they need to be. But again, that's really picky. I think the young man in third does awesome. There towards the end, the doe's front feet were probably just a little too far forward, and little things as I go to handle him. The other two there in front of him probably gave me just a nickel more push there, just added a little more touch there to their goats. But again, that's real close. The young lady in fourth, I think can show with any of them. The way she's got her Wether propped up now is elite. I think as we get it kind of into this top end, probably I just had to fight her goat just a nickel more to get him in place. Maybe it wasn't just quite as fast as the ones there in front of him. Young lady rounding out our top five. I don't think there's any problems in terms of feet placement. Really good in motion there. Probably just ear set as we get them set up here is not quite my style. Probably just needs to be a little more natural looking there. But this was a really good class. Congrats to all of them.
Placings for last class in Class 5. First one to entry 53, shown by Michael Dean Boyd from Monroe, Georgia. Second goes to entry 120, Cody Formasani from Wendell, North Carolina. Third, entry 252, Macon Parker from Newton Grove, North Carolina. Fourth, entry 69, Kylie Burns, Eastland, Texas. Fifth, entry 222, Jamie Maxon, Conover, Ohio. Sixth, entry 249, Cooper Ostrom, Dorr, Michigan. Seventh, entry 102, Libba Dykes from Moultrie, Georgia. Eighth, entry 80, Reese Cole from Trafalgar, Indiana. Ninth, entry 316, Tate Taggart from Camden, Ohio. 10th, entry 57, Corbin Bremke from Wellington, Ohio. 11th, entry 196, Coulter Knoll, Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. 12th, entry 302, Ellie Starr from Niles, Michigan. 13th, entry 330, Gage Vandewert from Forest, Ohio. 14th, entry 43, Ava Bollinger from South Charleston, Ohio. 15th, entry 198, Jackson Cohorst from Burlington, Kentucky. 16th, entry 8, Grant Bolin from New Paris, Ohio. 17th, entry 201, Caitlin Kraus from Zanesville, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the ring now is our first and second place showman from each of our first 5 classes. Winning Class 1 is entry 264, Kinsley Prosser from Fredericktown, Ohio. Winning Class 2 is entry 208, Bristol Lee from Gillum, Arkansas. Winning Class 3 is entry 86, Hannah Creasup from Fredericktown, Ohio. Your class winner in Class 4 is entry 244, Adley Muniz from Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. And your class winner in Class 5 is entry 53, Michael Dean Boyd from Monroe, Georgia.
Well, just an incredible set of showmen here within our junior division. And you know what I love at this age is the competitiveness these kids already have instilled in them. I think it is something that's really going to carry them throughout their career. And as they get, out of school and into the industry, I think it is just going to be so good for them. And it's nice to see kids at this age with this kind of competitiveness and this kind of drive and getting goats shown to an extremely high degree. I was told we're only picking a champion out of this division, so seconds. I think you deserve to be back out here because I think you rivaled our class winners in a lot of areas really close. But as we look through our class winners, really gets close between a lot of the front line up here. And I think you could go different ways depending on your style. For me, there's one that's pretty hard to pick a hole in. They show it go the way I like to see it. And really, I think as we kind of prolong this drive here, just really hits me as a really special showman out here. I'm going to go show you your champion out of our junior division. Put your hands together for all of them.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jesse Henson from Opelika, Alabama. And your junior showmanship champion is entry 244, Miss Adley Muniz from Shiloh Springs, Arkansas. Congratulations, Adley. Entering the ring now is Class 6. As we start our intermediate division, this is Class 6. These are all 12-year-old competitors. We have 18 entries.
Well, a great way to start this division. A really deep class. I think there's several that stuck out for sure, but I think it got, not necessarily the one coming in the gate that I knew that was going to win. So I think sorting through them, probably takes just a little bit longer. As we're kind of prolonging the class here, I thought the young lady up front in terms of feet placement was just a little more solid for me, especially where she was getting that goat's front feet. Obviously, he's not wanting to cooperate as much now, but just cool and calm and collected. And what I like, there's different styles in terms of halters and chain, but she was able to get that goat still going correctly there with a halter on him. So I think she did an excellent job. Young lady in second is dialed in, and when she gets set, I think she's solid for sure. Front feet placement was just a little off at times in terms of this leg being a little further back there towards the end. I think young lady in third, once she gets the goat set, does an awesome job, but kind of the same story for the young man coming behind her there. Probably just as the drive kind of went on there towards the end, took a nickel longer to get the goat's legs placement. Young lady, you're actually third if you want to sort up there. I thought she did an awesome job just at the end. Had that goat stretched out just a little bit there, but in terms of in motion, I love just how fluid and smooth she is. And again, like I said, the two coming behind her, I think they can get it done. Probably just not quite as fast there right towards the end, but a really good class to start our intermediate division. Congrats.
That. Okay, placing first in our class 6 of our 12-year-old division is entry 66, shown by Hayden Bryant, Ashland, Ohio. Congratulations, Hayden. Second in that class is entry 297, Addison Spangler, Hartsville, Tennessee. Third, entry 259, Ellie Picken from Grottos, Virginia. Fourth, entry 300, Boston Stapleton, Somerville, Ohio. Fifth, entry 68, Jack Burke from Circleville, Ohio. Sixth, entry 1676, Ella Hughes, Lafayette, Georgia. Seventh, entry 253, Allison Petchick from Dilliner, Pennsylvania. Eighth, entry 323, Reagan 2 from Garner, North Carolina. Ninth, entry 161, Hannah Herbst from Somerville, Ohio. 10th, entry 178, Lily Hunter, Cleveland, Georgia. 11th, entry 113, Wyatt Irwin, Lebanon, Tennessee. 12th, entry 42, Kylie Blevins, Abington, Virginia. 13th, entry 59, Rebecca Bromagen from Carlisle, Kentucky. 14th, entry 83, Claire Crago from Greenfield, Ohio. 15th, entry 63, Olivia Brown, Bluffton, Indiana. 16th, entry 140, Braden Harrell from Springfield, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 7. This is Class 7, our 13-year-old division. Class 7 is in the ring. Once again, for those of you following along, we will be selecting our intermediate champion showman following the selection of our Class 9. So following Class 9, we will be selecting our intermediate champion showman. Again, folks, if you'd like to get a photograph, please go over to the picture backdrop and see our friends at Next Level Photography, Next Level Imagery. Do a great job at all of our livestock shows all across the United States. They'd be happy to help you capture the image of your young people showing here at the 2023 North American. Okay, what our judge has done for our class being so large, he has selected these young people in the center of the ring to work, and we are excusing the other exhibitors. Folks, let's give them a round of applause. It's a great accomplishment to bring an animal to the North American. Great job, guys. So our judge, Mr. Jesse Henson, is going to work our 10 individuals as he's pulled out, and we will place these 10 individuals.
Well, folks, ringside, I hope you realize the quality of showmen we have, making really the whole top 10 within this class. And it's probably doesn't do me justice to tell you what some of them are doing wrong, because I think a different guy could go some different directions. And I just want to attest to how high quality these showmen are out here. I think kind of as we move into our top 5, 1 and 2 here, I think they were better than 3 and 4 as we got them into motion. They were able to allow their does to go a little freer, a little more natural there in terms of their headset. I think once we get them propped up, I prefer the young lady that wins in terms of letting that doe's head just rest a little natural, a little more natural. Let her ear sets rest just a little more natural as well, and really hard to pick a hole in. Young lady in second, I love her demeanor. She's cool and calm and collected. She gets that doe set up, and she looks awesome there from the side and in motion. She was able to keep her head up, but yet the doe was able to freely get out and go there. Probably just at times pulling her head up and out just a little far. Maybe the ear sets for me just not quite my style. I think the young lady in third, if you want to just set them here to the side and propped up, I think you could use her all day. I thought in motion she wasn't quite able to let that doe get out and go just quite as freely there out of the front part of her skeleton as the two in front of her. I think that sorts those three as well. Young lady in fourth, kind of the same story. Propped up, your goat looks awesome. You got it in the right spot for sure. In motion, just lost that Weather's head a little bit. He wanted to drop out of his front end. Probably just need to have him a little more alert there. Young lady rounding out her top 5, again, does awesome. Probably feet placement at times, especially on those back legs, just getting a little kicked out on my side is what sorts her fifth. But again, an incredible group of 10 there. Put your hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 7 of our 13-year-old division is entry 164, Miss Harper Hess from Bushnell, Illinois. Congratulations, Harper. Second is entry 65, shown by Cheyenne Brunker, Ottawa, Kansas. Third, entry 165, Caitlin Hewitt, Reidsville, North Carolina. Fourth, entry 226, Gabriel McDade from Oxford, Ohio. Fifth, entry 209, Kennedy Lee, Smithfield, North Carolina. Sixth, entry 344, Henrik Wells from Goshen, Virginia. Seventh, entry 265, Mason Quigg from Mapleton Depot, Pennsylvania. Eighth is entry 46, Bennett Bonham from Hamilton, Ohio. Ninth, entry 197, Zoe Knoll from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. And 10th is entry 325, Shelby Thomas, Bloomington, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 8. These are our 14-year-old exhibitors. Class 8, 14-year-old exhibitors. Folks, we'll have our judge also pull his top 10 like we did in the last division, so we can work these numbers out. There are 39 entries in this class. Okay, our judge has given me the okay. If the rest of you exhibitors up against the fence would please be excused. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and let these young exhibitors know how much we appreciate all their efforts. Our judge will work these 10 individuals over here in the center of the ring. And thank you again, folks, for being here and being a part of the 2023 North American. This was our largest class, our biggest division of these 14-year-old young people.
Well, I always have expectations coming into any show, and obviously before this one, mine were awful high. But I think within the last class, and as we get in this class, it's really starting to set in that this has way exceeded my expectations just in terms of the quality showmen we have. Congrats to these top 10. You had to flat be getting it done to get within these top 10. These top 5 are incredibly good. I think getting a goat in the hands of really any of these top 10, you wouldn't be going with the wrong decision because I know they get it presented correctly. But as deep and as tough as it was, I knew when the young lady with the paint dough hit the gate, it was going to be hard to beat her. I think if you're looking for my style, I think I found it here. I think as we get the goats in motion, maybe as good as I've seen of anyone today in terms of being able to get that dough's head up and where it needs to be, but yet that dough's able to go as free and as smooth and at her speed like she needs to. And then really when you get them propped up, hard to get a bad look at that goat. Congrats, young lady. Young lady in second, you do an awesome job propping them up. I love your feet placement, your head and ear placement as well. You get that goat exactly how it needs to be. In motion, probably just a nickel fast. That goat's getting out and maybe not able to study his natural skeleton, natural movement just quite as well as the young lady that wins. Young lady in third, again, I think you do an awesome job once you get your goat propped up. Feet are in the right place. Everything's correct for me. Probably within our top 3, a little extra in terms of a few more movements, a little more time to get that goat into place compared there to the 2 ahead. Young lady in fourth, especially for standing off of a doe, I think gets that one presented really correctly, especially standing still. In motion, just didn't want to get her head out and go just quite as smooth, quite as fluid as those in front. I think the young lady around our top 5, you catch views of her and she gets them propped up as good as any. At times there towards the end, maybe just a little feet placement, just not quite as consistent, maybe just a little longer to get them together. But again, incredible set of showmen. Please put your hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 8 of our 14-year-old exhibitors is entry 93, exhibited by Scarlett Denning, Newton Grove, North Carolina. Congratulations, Scarlett. Second in that class is entry 250, Harley Oswood, Burlington, West Virginia. Third, $136, Emma Graham from Lockford, California. Fourth, entry 16, Dakota Allen Smith, Osawatomie, Kansas. Fifth, entry 76, Carly Christian from Royston, Georgia. Sixth, entry 104, Kinley Dull from Friedens, Pennsylvania. Seventh is entry 121, Lucy Formasani from Wendell, North Carolina. Eighth, entry 9, Emily Adams from Baldwin, Georgia. And 10th, entry 319, Emma Taylor from Belvedere, North Carolina. In the ring now, ladies and gentlemen, is Class 9. This is our 15-year-old competition. Again, our judge will be pulling out his top 10, and then we will be excusing the remainder of our exhibitors. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate champion showman. Okay, I hate to do this, folks, because you guys are awesome, awesome showmen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's excuse this group against the fence with a roaring round of applause for their efforts. Thank you for being here and being a part of the 2023 North American.
another just really deep class, and one that gets really close in my mind. I mean, there were a couple that didn't hit me initially in the top 10 that then worked their way up here, even in the top 5 within this class. And I think you go some different directions and sound smart. I'll tell you the differences I see between them. I think the young lady that wins this class, especially for having a smaller doe, is able to get that thing shown correctly and really in motion. I like for kind of her shorter statured kind, she's able to get out and go with the right kind of movement and comfort there and the way she's holding that goat's head, and maybe a little different style in terms of not getting on the brace, but still when I go to handles, able to tweak that doe's head to get her to brace correctly. So I thought that was just real neat. And the young lady in second does awesome. I'll tell you the difference right here at the end. Front feet were just a little further forward. I think that's where the young lady beats you. That's going to win the class is just front feet placement. We're a little square. I think you do an awesome job. What it came down to for young lady in third, at the end, probably the doe's nose was just pointed a little too much towards the sky there. Wanted just to level her head down, level her nose down, just a touch there. Again, small doe here in fourth. The young lady gets her propped up. Awesome, probably in motion, though. It can't let that get out and go just quite as freely that out of her front end. I think the young lady rounded out her top 5 really good in terms of head and ear set. I think maybe at times that Wether gets just a little lazy there in his front end and wants to drop behind his shoulder. Maybe just needs to pop back up there a little bit. But again, incredible class. Put your hands together for all of them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in our Class 9 15-year-old division is entry 52, shown by Avery Boyer, Billings, Oklahoma. Congratulations, Avery. Second in that class is entry 219, Ariana Lundgren from Jackson, California. Third is entry 167, Aiden Hohenwalter from Escalon, California. Fourth, entry 223, Cody McComb, Pratt, Kansas. Fifth, entry 34, Victoria Barksdale, Mayflower, Arkansas. Sixth, entry 326, Blakely Thompson, Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Seventh, entry 172, Becca Horst, Bridgewater, Virginia. Eighth, entry 54, Cheyenne Bragg from Eustis, Florida. Ninth, entry 163, Roxanne Herndon, Moultrie, Georgia. 10th, entry 274, Olivia Rosemeyer, Brookville, Indiana. And 11th, entry 342, Hannah Wells from Somerville, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our champion showman in our intermediate division. Your Class 6 winner is entry 66, shown by Hayden Bryant, Ashland, Ohio. Your Class 7 winner, our 13-year-old division, entry 164, Harper Hess, Bushnell, Illinois. Your Class 8 winner, our 14-year-old division, entry 93, Scarlett Denning, Newton Grove, North Carolina. And our winner from our last division, our Class 9, our 15-year-old class, entry 52, Avery Boyer, Billings, Oklahoma. Let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our class winners. Attention in the barn, we are now selecting our intermediate showmanship champion. We need all participants for Class 10, 16-year-old division, Class 10, to the makeup ring, please. This is first call for Class 11, 17-year-old exhibitors to the makeup ring, please.
Well, I know I bragged a lot within the division of just the quality and kind of the next step that we've taken up in terms of not just getting your goat shown correctly, but doing it in such a smooth and collected fashion, and it's just fun for me to step back and watch, to be quite honest. I really thought it would come down between a pair out here. I think they're both exceptional. I think they're both next level. I'm going to show you the one that was probably just a little more consistent to me as the drive wore on there. Before I do so, please put your hands together for our intermediate exhibitors.
And selected as your intermediate champion showman is your entry from Class 8, entry 93, Miss Scarlett Denning from Newton Grove, North Carolina. Congratulations, Scarlett. Entering the ring now is Class 10. These are our 16-year-old exhibitors. Again, we have 36 competitors. Our judge will be selecting his top 10 or 11 contestants to work them. So if you would, let's bring our competitors in. This is Class 10, our 16-year-old competitors. Again, as our judge is evaluating our young people today, it's my pleasure again to reintroduce to you our showmanship judge today is Mr. Jesse Henson from Opelika, Alabama. Jesse serves as the livestock judging coach at Auburn University. Jesse grew up in western North Carolina, a little town called Canton, North Carolina, before going to Connor State College in Oklahoma, where he was selected as a junior college All-American. Upon graduation from Connor State, he went to Stillwater and received his Bachelor of Science degree at Oklahoma State University and was a member of the national champion livestock team in 2018. Upon graduation from Oklahoma State, Jesse went back to Connor State College where he coached the livestock judging team there from 2020 to 2022 and was the National Livestock Judging Champion coach in 2021. Through his travels, he has judged in over 20 states around the country, and he and his wife Mason now raise show goats along with his brothers, Henson Brothers Livestock, there in North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together again and welcome Jesse Henson, Opelika, Alabama, to judging our showmanship in our market division. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, let's give this group of exhibitors against the fence a big round of applause. Young people, thank you for coming to Louisville and exhibiting at the 2023 North American, but you are excused from the ring. Our judge will work these young people in the center of the ring. Thank you for being here. Folks, let's let them hear it.
were a real nice class, and we still got 10 out here that are getting it done good, but probably one in my mind that became a little closer in some areas and not necessarily a huge advantage either way. But I'll tell you where I come with our top 5 here. I still thought the young lady that wins, I thought that was probably the biggest separation. I thought it was going to be pretty hard to beat her when she came in the gate. I thought especially in motion of our top 3, she's able to let that Wether go the most natural there out of his front end while still keeping his head and neck alert there. Feet placement's correct. I think she does it to a high degree. Young lady in second, so cool and calm and collected, and you prop him up, there's never really a foot out of place, and she's got everything in the right spot. In motion, I think she lets her goat go a little freer than the young lady in third, but maybe not quite as alert there and keeping her head and neck quite as alert there as we get him into motion. But I thought that was pretty close. I love the young lady's style here in third when we get him propped up. She gets that doe correct in terms of her corners and gets her head in the right spot. In motion, probably of the top 3, just struggled a little more fighting that doe's head as we got her into motion, and that's what kind of sorts those top 3. I think the young lady in fourth does an awesome job at times. Front feet's probably just a little too far up under that Wether. He's kind of tilting forward just a little much, and I think the young man in fifth really for the most part it's hard to pick a hole in his feet placement the way he has that doe set. Maybe at times could just relax back a little bit, maybe getting a little more on top of that doe as we're bracing him. But again, that was really close class. Go ahead and put your hands together for him.
Thank you, Jesse. Placing first in our Class 10 16-year-old division is entry 257, Tori Peters from Alvin, Texas. Congratulations, Tori. Second goes to entry 309, Olivia Stodmeyer from Sterling, Ohio. Third is entry 127, Delaney Gaff from Leota, Indiana. Fourth is entry 123, Sydney Fowler, Montgomery, Michigan. Fifth is entry 288, Riley Shirley from Berryville, Virginia. Sixth entry 341, Ashley Weeble from Arcadia, Indiana. Seventh is entry 145, Meredith Hawkins, Walter, Oklahoma. Eighth is entry 58, Paige Bremke from Wellington, Ohio. Ninth is entry 292, Carissa Smith, Toccoa, Georgia. And 10th is entry 282, Kaysen Schrock, Sturgis, Michigan. What's we want? Yep. Entering the ring now is Class 11. These are our 17-year-old exhibitors. Again, we have 37 entries entered for this class. We have several that are still missing, but our judge will again select 10 or so of those exhibitors to work down into a smaller group. So as our exhibitors come in here and he works these young people, he will be pulling his top 10 or so exhibitors. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our judge, Jesse Henson, has selected his individuals to work. Folks, let these kids hear it when they're leaving the ring today. Great set of showmen. And as they leave the ring today, guys, thank you one and all for coming to the 2023 North American and participating in this great event, the 50th anniversary. Great job. Folks, let's let them hear it.
really high quality set of showmen out here. And I'll be honest with you, as we work down the line, several of these exhibitors probably do something in my mind that I like the best, but then maybe some things I would tweak in each of them. So that's why I spend a little more time and try to outweigh some positives and negatives within it. I'll tell you the difference in our top two. Besides them being elite and high quality showmen, the difference I see as we stop them here, I think the young lady that wins is just able to let that doe's head naturally lay a little leveler there and probably just a little more comfortable in that aspect, you know, not taking away the fact that she has her feet in the right place, gets that doe really propped up in the right position, especially kind of for being a small doe. The young lady in second, there's not many mistakes made there. The legs are in the right spot. It gives me a good look. I don't know if maybe that doe's head doesn't naturally come as high out of her shoulder or maybe just wasn't quite as comfortable there. But I think, you know, as we work down the end, I just wish her nose probably relaxed just a little more and just maybe looked a little more comfortable there out of her head. I know that's little things, but that's what separates it when it gets this tight. Young lady in third is just one that was hard to pick on. Very cool and calm and collected. I think as we were out there kind of in our final three, front feet placement probably weren't quite as good as the other two, maybe just stretched out a little far in front of her there at times. The young lady in fourth in motion, I thought maybe that was the one I was going to land on. I think she does an awesome job getting her goat moving around the ring there. At times for me, maybe just a little awkward in terms of head placement there. Want to level that nose back down and just let that Wether hold his head a little more natural there. And then I think the young lady rounding our top five deserves to be there. She did a lot of things correct, and probably part of it's being with the smaller doe there, but at times maybe doe got her front end just a little lazy and needed to pick back up, and maybe as I go into handle, just leave those feet on the ground as you're bracing there. But I think a really good set of showmen. Put your hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 11 is entry 108, Miss Katie Eisenhower, Arcadia, Oklahoma. Congratulations, Katie. Second is entry 298, Kinsey Statmiller from Dayton, Pennsylvania. Third, entry 171, Avery Holman, Perryville, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 199, Braylon Kohler from Malvern, Arkansas. Fifth, entry 211, Tabry Lyerly from Hydro, Oklahoma. Sixth, entry 151, Caden Healy, Wiggins, Colorado. Seventh, entry 40, Brianna Bishop from Brewston Mills, West Virginia. Eighth, entry 116, Lexus Fleming, Tecumseh, Wisconsin. Ninth is entry 166, Jaden Hinkle from Crooksville, Ohio. 10th is entry 290, Alyssa Slimmer from Sibyllsville, Maryland. And 11th is entry 152, Graceland Hyder from Fairborn, Ohio. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 12. This is Class 12. These are our 18-year-old exhibitors. We have 22 entries in this class. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our judge has selected his finalists to work. Let's give this young set of young people as they exit the ring a big round of applause. Again, thank you for coming and being a part of the 50th anniversary of the great North American.
Well, I apologize for taking just a nickel extra time on this class, but I thought it was getting really close, and I really took some time to sort between them. Young lady that wins probably didn't hit me initially. I think it's because she's just really cool and calm and collected. I think she pays a little extra attention to details at times within our top five of not only getting herself presented, but more importantly, the extras in terms of getting that goat in the right position where he needs to be. The difference I thought as we got him into motion, she was able to get her goat just to go a little freer there out of his front end and probably just a little looser there. I think it got close because the young lady in second, I think standing still, does an awesome job. The feet probably were even more consistent than the young lady that wins. I thought in motion at times maybe just a little too much pressure on her head. She wasn't always quite hitting the ground there on her front feet, so maybe just relax her front end in motion there. I think it gets close. Young lady comes in third, does awesome. What gets her beat in the top three here is as we stop him at times, the doe wanted to kind of lose her front end and get a little lazy. Just needed to pop that back up in her there, a nickel. And then the young lady in fourth, I think a little different style, gets her doe presented incredibly well. Probably at times some legs got off and maybe just not quite as quick getting them back into place. I love the young lady in fifth in motion. She may be one of my favorites in terms of letting that go, get out and go. At times, again, like the young lady in fourth, probably the feet, especially the back ones, just got offset a nickel, maybe weren't as timely as far as getting them back into place. Really good class, though. Put your hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 12, our 18-year-old division is entry 147, Miss Heather Hayes from Kingwood, West Virginia. Second went to entry 214, Isabel Lowry, Helena, Montana. Third, entry 182, Pacey Jackson, Commerce, Georgia. Fourth, entry 109, Carly Eldridge from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 241, Michaela Morris, Van Leer, Tennessee. Sixth, entry 279, Kate Schaefer, Adele, Iowa. Seventh, entry 337, Kinley Waldrop from Conroe, Texas. Eighth, entry 88, Tess Dariano from Okeechobee, Florida. Ninth is entry 216, Riley Lucas, Bethesda, Ohio. 10th, entry 117, Livia Fleming from Teconcha, Wisconsin. 11th is entry 60, Ansley Brown, Cleveland, Georgia. And 12th, entry 75, Hannah Chaffee from Republic, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 13. These are our 19-year-old exhibitors. We have 14 exhibitors in this showmanship class. Again, Class 13 is in the ring.
Really close class again. If you got your favorite within this top 5, I don't blame you, and I think you could change some things up. I thought it got real close, especially towards the top end. I think probably the young man was just a little more fault-free and is maybe at times hind legs were just a little stretched out, but he got him back in place. I think that young man really gets that goat in motion. Maybe could relax his head just a nickel in motion as far as just letting him go a little more comfortably, but I thought the most fault-free there. The young lady in second does a lot of things correct. Feet placement's really good when the goats cooperate, and probably a nickel better job in motion, letting that go for a little freer there out of his front end. The goat's a little weak in his top line. She does a nice job fixing it for the most part earlier in the round there. Maybe not quite as quick getting that belly up in him, but I think you do an awesome job. Young lady in third, it's hard to pick on in some areas. She's pretty calm and cool and collected. Probably head placement wasn't quite as good as the two in front of her at times. Weather's head got just a nickel forward. Probably just need to crank that thing back over his shoulder a nickel at times. The young lady coming in fourth, I kind of picked her out from the time she came in. I like a lot of things about her. In motion, probably just had to pull on that doe's head a little more. She wasn't able to go quite as natural there. I think the young man in fifth is very deserving to be in the top 5. You know, maybe the chain on that goat just takes away from his head a little bit, but I think the fundamentals are correct. At time when we got out here, its front feet were a little far under it. A couple times, the goat was wanting to lean forward just a nickel more, but a really good class. Put your hands together for him.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 13, our 19-year-old division, is entry 340, Mr. Brock Weaver from Moultrie, Georgia. Congratulations, Brock. Second in that class is entry 139, Hannah Hamry from Los Molinos, California. Third, entry 246, Emily Myers from Brandenburg, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 318, Carly Taylor from Corona, Indiana. Fifth, entry 266, Simon Raff, Nunn, Colorado. Sixth, entry 184, Peyton Joy, Zanesville, Ohio. Seventh, entry 267, Brianne Reef from Allen, Michigan. Eighth, entry 306, Cassidy Stickle from Bedford, Pennsylvania. Ninth, entry 155, McKenna Helmke, Defiance, Ohio. 10th, entry 258, Josie Pickenpaw from Caldwell, Ohio. 11th, entry 228, Cord McMillan, Sidney, Nebraska. 12th, entry 280, Delaney Schneider from Wilmington, Ohio. And 13th, entry 220, Sarah Maker, Sterling, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final class of the day. These are our 20 and 21-year-old exhibitors. This is Class 14. And following this class, we will be selecting our senior showmanship champion. Would all of our class winners from our previous classes please come back to the makeup ring, please?
a real good way to end our classes here, and I think it gets real close for me, especially between the top two. The difference between them, I think when we prop them up that last time, feet placement and head placement just suited me a little better on the young lady's doe. The head was just cranked back over that doe's shoulder just a nickel more. Hind feet were just a little square, and probably in motion could just let that doe relax a little bit. She wasn't always hitting her front feet just as comfortable there on the ground. That's where the young lady in second counters her. I think she's using the halter very correctly to allow that goat to go freely and correct out of his front end, but still keep his head alert and good looking. I think right there she's got him. Probably that last time as we set him up, head was just a little far forward, hind legs were just a little offset. I know that's close, but that's what separates really good showmen there. Young lady in third setup does awesome, and in motion, I like the freedom that she allows her doe to go with out of her front end, but maybe could meet in the middle a little bit as far as still keeping that head, that doe's head a little more alert as we're in motion. I think the young man in fourth gets his goat propped up really good. It probably just took him a nickel longer there at the end to get that goat in that position compared there to the three in front of him. I think once he gets him in place, does an excellent job. Young lady coming out next, again, once she gets the goat set up, I think the feet are correct, and the goat looks good from the side, but probably one that wasn't quite as smooth, not quite as fast, getting him into place. Good class to round out the day. Congrats to all of them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in our final class of our showmanship today, Class 14 is entry 148, Miss Laura Hayes from Kingwood, West Virginia. Second goes to entry 277, Emma Rudder from Logan, Ohio. Third, entry 210, Alexi Leonard, Brewston Mills, West Virginia. Fourth, entry 122, Luke Forthofer from Oberlin, Ohio. Fifth, entry 194, Sydney Klingeman from Teconcha, Michigan. Sixth, entry 328, Abigail Tingle, Shelbyville, Kentucky. And seventh, entry 352, Hannah Wiskus, Castle Rock, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our senior champion showman. From your Class 10, entry 257, Tori Peters from Alvin, Texas. From Class 11, entry 108, Katie Eisenhower, Arcadia, Oklahoma. Class 12, entry 147, Heather Hayes, Kingwood, West Virginia. Class 13, entry 340, Brock Weaver, Moultrie, Georgia. And entry 148 from Class 14, that is entry 148, Laura Hayes from Kingwood, West Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our class winners in the tough senior showmanship division. Ladies and gentlemen, before our judge makes his final selection of the day and his final comments, again, let's put our hands together for Mr. Jesse Henson from Opelika, Alabama. Jesse, thank you for all your kind words today and your evaluation of our young people.
Well, it's almost sad as the day's coming to a close because, this is not about me, it's about the kids. But for me, it's been a pleasure and an honor to be on the Green Shavens this morning. So thank you, North American, for that opportunity. You know, another big thing, we got Kent Jakey in the goat barn. He's been telling me about his new found love for small ruminants, so that's a win as well. But we've had an incredible set of showmen today. And, you know, as some of these older kids are getting at the end of their career and they're about to step into the industry, I think they're prepared and ready to go, because what I've learned within this is one of the best activities you can be involved in. I think, especially talking towards the young kids, they really don't have a clue at this stage in the game what this kind of activity is going to open up for them in the future, and I attest to that. I went places I never thought I would, you know, as a kid their age, and it was because of things like this and programs like this. So I just think it's really awesome. As we get back in here at our senior showmen, again, some kids that are getting towards the end of their career, and congrats. You've made it there. You've had a successful time. And speaking, you know, past the kids that are just out here in our grand drive, I think all of our exhibitors really just attest, you know, you showed today on the Green Shavens in Louisville. Whether you made the cut, whether you were top 10, top 5, whatever, you should be proud that you got up here and you got it done. You're showing at a national level. And I was just incredibly just wowed by the quality and the type of kids that came through the ring. As we get into these older individuals, there's really a pair of them in my mind that really just take it to the next level, and simply put, they're elite. It gets close between them. I'll show you my favorite. But before I put my mic down, just thank you again to North American. Thank you to the show. Had a really good time this morning.
Let's put our hands together again. Jesse Henson. And your champion senior showman is entry 257, Miss Tori Peters from Alvin, Texas. Congratulations, Tori.